Wait, did it restart the stream or what? Okay. It was not showing you the not like this emote, right? Just restarted the stream. Shit. Okay, whatever. Okay, it still doesn't work. It was Kuhlman is offline, yes. So because I pressed the exit button on OBS itself, and like I need to actually like crash my OBS, and then it is going to show not like this. So then it's not going to start a new stream, but continue the previous one instead. I wish I could just like pause my streaming in order to restart OBS without starting a new stream. That's what happens if I actually crash. All right. Okay. Fine. The owl skin is going to be there like next time then. But today we're going to install a Linux, right? So what are we doing here? And delete Windows at the same time, right? So I have 3 SSDs on my PC here, and this one has the system. We have the Windows installed here. I'm pretty sure this is the one that we uninstall and put Linux on top, right? Yeah, sounds easy. So I'm still like going to be streaming, right? So that's why we need to do a virtual machine still. I already have one virtual machine with Arch Linux installed running here, but we need one more. Let me see, how much RAM do I have? How much RAM do I have? How do I even figure this out? Memory. Yes. Available 12 gigabytes, right? I mean, I don't need too much for my virtual machine, right? This one is using 8 gigabytes. Okay. I'm just hoping that I will not run out of RAM here. I have 32 gigs on this PC, but this is using 8, and then Windows is using a lot for everything. Okay. So how do we do this? New file. Where is new? New virtual machine. How do you do this? I don't remember. New virtual machine. Yeah. Let's go. Before you begin, the wizard helps you create a virtual machine. You can use virtual machines as physical computers for a variety of uses. Create virtual machine, do one of the following. Click finish to create a virtual machine that is configured with default, or next with custom configuration. Let's go next. Specify name and location. So the name is going to be NixOS. I guess we're going to call this Nix box, like the Arch box. Alright, store the virtual machine in a different location. I don't care where exactly it's stored. Choose the generation of the virtual machine, generation 1 or generation 2. What even is this? This virtual machine provides support for newer virtualization features, has UEFI-based firmware, and requires support 64-bit. Generation 2 it is. I don't need generation 1. Right? Startup memory, 4 gigabytes. This should be enough. Dynamic memory, I tried that. This is what actually caused my Arch to crash sometimes, I believe, if I do dynamic memory. But basically, this allows your virtual machine to have dynamic amount of RAM. But I think 4 gigs should be enough for me to do the installation. If we need more, we can just change the memory afterwards. All right, networking is going to be each virtual machine includes a network adapter. You configure the network adapter to use a virtual switch or okay. I think we do use the Realtek external, if I remember correctly. This is going to connect it as it is a separate PC on the network. Create a virtual disk. Okay, so here's the thing. I can basically install my Linux onto the existing actual not virtual disk but actual physical disk, right? Do I do it right now or do I do it later? Because we're just going to test right now. I don't need to delete my Windows yet, right? At the same time, there's just only 45 gigs on this thing, 26 gigs on here, 100 gigs here. It's easier if I just use this disk directly. I don't think there is anything useful here, so I can just overwrite this. I'm pretty sure. Well, if there is anything useful here, it's going to be gone anyway. Let's attach a virtual hard disk later. So I'm going to. So yeah, the machine has been created, but if I just am going to run it, it doesn't have a disk, right? It doesn't. It's not going to boot anything basically. Okay, this is what it looks like right now. Turn off. Turn off. Okay. Okay, let me see how to do this. Hyper-V use physical disk. I'll attach physical disk to Hyper-V. This probably will not work if you have RAID controller in charge of your disk. You need HBA, SATA, and NVMe directly from your motherboard without RAID settings. Okay, I don't have RAID in the settings. Okay, so I need to move disk into offline state. Disk management. Is this the one? Disk management, yes. We go here. So we have 3 disks here. One of them is called system, the E. None of them is project. Okay, yeah, this is the one. With Windows recovery and everything. We don't need that, right? We don't need Windows anymore. Okay, so disk 1. Disk 1. Okay, let's check. Yes, disk 1 offline. Easy. Disk is offline because of the policy set by administrator. Okay, so now that it is offline, we can add the disk to virtual machine inside Hyper-V. Okay, we can add a physical. Yes, alright. Let's see. File settings. Hard drive, add. We add a physical hard drive, disk 1. Alright. That's how it is. That's pretty simple. Apply. Okay. Okay. So now that this disk is there, we also need to load the NixOS installation disk installation like live USB or something, right? NixOS. So we need to do just download here. Nix the package manager. NixOS the Linux distribution. Graphical ISO image, minimal ISO image. Create the graphical NixOS installer, as well as desktop environment. Okay, sure. We can run the installer from the console. It's not like that big of a deal, but we can try with the graphics. Why not? Recommend for most users. The GNOME. Okay. Let's download this one. 2 gigabytes. All right. So what are you doing now, Nerdsoul? Just preparing for the other exams, or Wednesday is like in 2 days? That's a lot of time, right? For installation instructions, please see the manual. Okay, do they have like the wiki? All right, NixOS manual, installation, obtaining, installing. Put it from the install. To begin the installation, you need to boot your computer from the install drive. Plug in the install drive, then turn on the computer or restart it. Open the boot menu by pressing the appropriate key. Shortly after selecting the appropriate boot drive, you should be presented with a menu with the different installer options. Hello there. Hello, Davey. Leave the default and wait. Or press enter to speed up. Okay. Graphical installation is recommended for desktop users and will guide you through the installation. Okay, I don't mind graphical if it provides me with enough configuration, or if the defaults are okay. Yeah, this looks like Arch installation. Basically, we do everything ourselves. Wait, is NixOS using grub when for BIOS systems and system deboot for UEFI? I wonder why is that, because grub can work on the UEFI, I'm pretty sure. I prefer using system deboot though. Okay, almost downloaded. When it's downloaded, I need to do media and to do something like a DVD drive, right? DVD drive and image file is the one that we're about to finish downloading here. Eight seconds left. Alright, completed. Hi Potker, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Today we are deleting Windows, as you can see. So I have just mounted my Windows partition, my Windows physical disk, as a disk to my virtual machine, and I'm going to overwrite Windows with Linux. Clever move, yes. Okay, downloads the NixOS GNOME. Alright, apply. Okay, let's start it. Let's see, is it going to be... The application got an error while attempting to change the state of NixOS. Checkpoint operation failed. Cannot be created. Cannot take checkpoint. What? Close. What? Checkpoints. Disable. Start. Okay. How do I do anything here? I didn't boot from the DVD, right? This is... I need to press some button. Shut down. Failed to stop. Shit, what is it? Device is not ready for use. Virtual machine ID. What? Hold on. What's wrong with this? Turn off. Okay, hold on. Hyper-V boot from DVD. How do I even do this? How to boot VM from ISO in Hyper-V. Okay. We added the DVD drive, we chose the image, and then we do... It's possible to fail boot VM from, which can be caused by favorite. Sure, store to disable Wi-Fi, hardware secure boot, change boot order. Hold on. Settings, firmware. Okay, Realtek external. I don't want to boot from this. I want to boot from the DVD. And then if DVD is not there, when we boot from the hard drive. That's what we want. Yes. Okay, start. Excuse me? Recovery? Your PC device needs to be repaired? What do you mean? This looks like a Windows screen. I don't need Windows. Turn off. Settings. How do I I want to boot from the DVD, right? So it failed to recognize it, which probably is... Let's see here. Enable secure boot. Yes, I think I need to disable secure boot, and then it's probably going to work, maybe? Alright, there you go, NixOS installer. Fog. Okay. Installer, let's go. Wait, what is happening? I pressed Control 1, Control 2, and... Okay, I should not have pressed anything. What did I even press? Okay, let's turn off and turn on again. Because I pressed Control 1, because Control 1, what it's doing is doing my magnifying loop. But it's changed something. So, okay, I will not press it. Alright, I don't know what this does. It maybe like moves to another, like, virtual Linux, whatever this is called, you know? Okay, there we go. Welcome to NixOS. NixOS and root accounts have empty passwords. SSH daemon is running. Wait, if SSH daemon is running... Wait. Where is everything? It's black screen now. Is it going to load anything? Hold on. They say that the SSH daemon is running, which means that I can do installation over... Oh, wait. It's working. Okay. It just took a while to load this. Okay, so the IP address of this thing is 0.49. So if I go and SSH into root without any password, no? I don't know. NixOS? Okay, anyway. Like, I like installing my Arch Linux through the SSH without the actual graphical interface, but whatever. We will do the graphical installation here, I guess. Welcome to the NixOS installer. Alright, American English? Alright, sure, American English. Next. Location. Next. Keyboard. Type here to test. Hello, world. Next. Users. What is my name? What name do you want to use? Okay, Kuviman. Choose a password. Alright. Password is too weak. Shit. Require strong passwords? Uncheck that. Login automatically without asking for the password. No. Use the same password for the administrator account. Sure. What is my full name? Why are they asking for my full name? Kubi man. Next. Okay, now we can choose what stuff we're using here. We can start with GNOME, but I want Hyperland. You can put anything there. Yes, but where is it saved? Like that's why I don't like graphical installers. I have no idea what this does when I put my name in there. But when I'm installing my Arch, I didn't put my full name anywhere, you know? Maybe we will try it again. Allow on free software. Sure. Okay. Let's see. So right now on this SSD, we have Windows installed. So what we do, we erase the disk. We erase Windows and install Linux on top of that. Do you use swap, by the way? I usually don't use swap. Do you swap on your Linux? You have a huge swap for hibernation. Is your swap a partition or a file? You know that you can do a swap file so that you don't need a specific partition for it. You use the file? Yeah, okay. So swap for 8 gigs. No swap. I don't know. I don't like swap. Maybe I set it up later if I wanted. So you only need it for hibernation, right? The swap. Because if your swap is being used not for hibernation but for like additional RAM, then your PC is going to lag because of the usage of the file instead of actual like RAM sticks. Okay, next. This is the overview. I know your PC is using 1% of stuff for something you don't know what. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I actually set it up so that my laptop it doesn't even like hibernate or doesn't even sleep. Even when I close my lid, I don't want it to sleep automatically on me. Usually, but sometimes it's a nice feature, I guess. We'll see. Well, I'm installing this not on the laptop, but on the actual PC. All right. Reproducible. Nix builds packages in isolation from each other. This ensures that they are reproducible and don't have undeclared dependencies. So if a package works on one machine, it will also work on another. That's POG, right? That's why we want to use Nix. Declarative. Nix makes it trivial to share development and build environments for your projects, regardless of what programming languages and tools you are using. Trivial. Sounds POG. Okay. So the icon for the Nix is a bunch of lambdas, right? Is NixOS written in Haskell? How long does the installation usually take? Last time I did the manual installation of Arch Linux, it took me like 5 minutes. Or maybe even less. It shouldn't take very long time, right? By manually with a script. No, I actually did follow just the wiki. So like over here, right? The manual installation, right? So here's the instructions for the Nix, for example, right? We're logged in from the command line. We go into sudo mode to go into root, which is you're already in root when you're booting the Arch Linux. You do arch root as the first command and like do stuff like that. You set up networking currently. Yeah, you partition your disks from command line. Then you format your partitions. Then you do the actual, yeah, you mount to the MNT. Then you NixOS generate config. Yeah, see? I think I should actually try to do this from scratch, but by installing this from command line to just understand how this works. Maybe. I don't know if I actually need to. Well, I have installed Arch like multiple times. Like I'm doing right now here. I'm just going to test it first. I'm guessing if I just follow the graphical installation, it's not going to be like much different from other distributions, right? I just probably go to the like graphical package manager too and install software from there. Why is it taking so long to install? Hello? Hi? Hi? Like, what is it doing right now? I have no idea, right? That's why I would prefer the command line. Okay, I guess we just wait. Configuration. I think we will need to do this anyway, right? That's a long wait, but that's a very long chapter 73. It's a long manual. How's it going? Oh, we just starting. We just deleted Windows basically, and we're overwriting the Windows partition with the Linux here. I didn't really read much yet. On what exactly we're supposed to do next. So like we install first and then we configure, right? Configuration. This chapter describes how to configure various aspects of NixOS machine through the configuration file. Okay, so basically there is one main configuration file which lives in the etc NixOS configuration, right? What made me choose NixOS? Well, I have been using Arch before. And I used other Linux distributions too. Like I used Fedora, Ubuntu, a couple of others. I used Debian on the server. NixOS is because of the reproduction, the reproducible builds and deployments. Basically, this is what it is. So, like, you know how when you are using Linux, you are configuring it for yourself, right? So we want this configuration to be saved in a file and then easily reproduce it on another machine. Basically, it's like dot files, but for the entire system is their configuration. You know, because when I'm doing stuff in my Arch, I always forget what I did. You know, what I installed, what is installed, what is not installed. And over here, it will all live in the configuration. So I will be able to see, and I will be able to clean it up easily, you know? Like dot files, but actually reproducible also, yes. Which sounds nice. I didn't try it yet. So like we are trying it this for the first time here. I use the graphical installer, and we're waiting for it to be installed. Toggle log. Okay, we're copying something. NixOS install. All right. Python job. Oh, wait, it's Python? NixOS is in Python? I thought it was in Haskell because of the avatar. Okay, so while we are waiting, we're going to read something. Because I have no idea. So after we install, we go into configuration. Configuration syntax. Let's take a look at how it actually looks like. NixOS configuration is usually actually a Nix expression. Everything is an expression, probably, right? Which is the Nix packages purely functional language for describing how to build packages and configuration. This means that that you have all the expressive power of a language at your disposal, including the ability to abstract over common patterns, which is very useful when managing complex systems. The syntax and semantics of the Nix language are fully described in the Nix manual, but here we give a short overview of the most important constructs useful in NixOS configuration files. The configuration file generally looks like this. The first line, config packages, denote that this is actually a function that takes at least two arguments, config and packages. These are explained later. Wait, this is, oh. So this is a function without a name, and we just specify the arguments here? Okay, sure. The function returns a set of option definitions. ... Alright, I have no idea what this all means. These definitions have form of name value, which is the name of an option and value as its value. For example, alright, so yes, so we return some JSON basically. Well, not JSON, but I guess Nix object notation is what it is. Alright. Defines configuration with 3 option definitions that together enable the Apache HTTP server with the web root and the document root. Nix package manager is actually written in C++. Oof. Okay. Sets can be nested, which makes sense. Yes, this is like a nested object. Sure. This means that the example above can also be written as, yeah, this like reminds me of toml files, but actually easier, probably. Because I don't think that's something that you can do. Or can you? I don't know. NixOS checks your option definitions for correctness. For instance, if you try to define an option that doesn't exist, NixOS rebuild will give you an error like this. Services HTTP does not exist. Likewise, values in option definitions must have the correct type. For instance, HTTP enable must be a boolean. Alright. Options have various types of values. The most important are strings, booleans, integers, sets. So sets is basically maps. Because it's key value. Alright. Lists without the commas in between for whatever reason. List elements can be any other types. Makes sense. Packages. Usually the packages you need are already part of the Nix packages collection, which is a set that can be accessed through the function argument packages. Typical uses are system packages are this and that. Okay. Typed config pog, yes. Abstractions. If you find yourself repeating yourself over and over, it's time to abstract. Take for instance the Apache HTTP server configuration, because this server and this server are almost exactly the same, right? Except for the document root. So common config is this. So we extend the common config by using the double dash symbol to inject another field into the set, which is what this called the objects with key value stuff. Yes. This makes sense. We do let in, which sounds like Haskell. Alright. You can write let expression whenever you want. So this is basically one expression. And our entire configuration is just one expression. This makes sense to me. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but this all looks pretty good so far. But not this, since attributes are not expressions. This makes sense. Yes, because we cannot. Yes, attributes are fields in a set, which is a map. I don't like some of the namings though. Like, why do they call a map a set? Like dictionary or an object with fields, they call it a set for some reason. Set is like an ordered list, basically, usually. Okay, sure. Functions provide another method of abstraction. For instance, okay, so function is our like our initial configuration, like this configuration and packages colon. This is how you define a function, right? So we do let this is a function that takes web root as an argument and then does this. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. I don't even need to read the documentation. I know what this means exactly. Modularity. The NixOS configuration mechanism is modular. If configuration Nix becomes too big, you can split it into multiple files. Likewise, if you have so imports. I'm not sure. Hold on. How does this work? If you have multiple NixOS configurations for different computers with some commonality, you can move the common configuration into a shared file. Modules have exactly the same syntax as configuration. In fact, this itself is a module. You can use other modules by including them from configuration. Here we include two modules from the same directory, vpn.nix and kde.nix. The later might look like this. Note that both configuration nix and kde.nix define the option system packages. When multiple modules define an option, NixOS will try to merge the definitions. Okay. Do you always want to merge though? Because like sometimes you want to override, but then the order matters, right? Okay. If you want, okay, the value in configuration nix. Hold on. The installation is still running, by the way. How long is it going to take me to like install the Nix for the first time? Why is it taking so long? I don't know. This is bloated. We should have went for the minimal installation without the graphical user interface and just used Vim inside of it, I think. Because right now I'm installing GNOME, and that's why it's like multiple gigs probably instead of just 100 megabytes. Know that configuration. Hold on. Okay, this is the configuration Nix, which this defines system packages, and then this is the system packages. So they are merged, which means that we will need to install packages Vim and packages Emacs. All right, so both Vim and Emacs is going to be installed here, and we're merging this. So when we're merging a list, in case of environment package, that's easy. The list of packages will be simply concatenated. The value in Nix is merged last. So for list type options, it will appear at the end of the merged list. If you want it to appear first, you can use the make before. I'm not sure how exactly. What is this? Imports is this, right? So because this is the result of this function, there is something that actually does the merging, right? Which takes the imports, calls the functions inside the imports, and then does the thing. Okay, so it probably merges by doing this list in order, probably like recursively, and then merging current to the new one. Okay, probably, I don't know. The value in Nix is merged last. For the so for list type options, it will appear at the end of the merged list. If you want it to appear first, you can use mk before. Boot kernel models. Wait, what does that mean? If you want it to appear first, you can use mk before. Boot kernel models, mk before. Okay, so basically the value is either a list or an mk before. So this is probably me calling a function that is called mk before, with the argument being the list, right? Which is converting this into a different type, and then the thing that parses the configuration knows that this should be appended before and not in front. Okay. I think that's how it works. This causes the KVM Intel kernel module to be loaded before any other kernel modules. But what if like multiple like nested configurations use the MK before? Then they're still like unordered, right? I mean, the order is defined by the imports order here. Can both VPN Nix and KDE Nix load the same configuration that is like common to VPN and KDE? So is this a tree basically of modules, or is it a directed graph? I'm not sure. For other types of options, a merge may not be possible. For instance, if two modules defined admin address, NixOS rebuild will give an error. Okay, makes sense, makes sense. So some things can be merged, some things cannot be merged. Okay, and then it's probably like the way the things are merged is probably defined by the package. So like the kernel modules is how this is processed and how this is merged is defined by the kernel package, probably. When that happens, it's possible to force one definition to take precedence over the others. Okay. Packages lib make force. All right. Using what happens if multiple make the force? I don't know. When using multiple modules, you may need to access configuration of value to access configuration values defined in other modules. This is what the config function argument is for. It contains the complete merged system configuration. That is, config is the result of compiling the configurations returned by every module. For example, here is a module that adds some packages to the system packages only if X server enable is set to true somewhere else. All right. So environment system packages is if we enable the X server, then we also install Firefox and Thunderbird. Otherwise, we don't install those because they require the X server to run. We're going to use Wayland though, not the X. So I don't know. We'll see. With multiple modules, it may not be obvious what the final value of the configuration option is. The command NixOS option allows you to find out. NixOS option, services, server enable. All right. Interactive exploration of the configuration is possible using Nix REPL. That's cool. You can do a REPL. But this is the exploration, right? You cannot change the configuration using the REPL probably. This is a read eval print. Yes. It's only for like I'm pretty sure you cannot update. You can just explore your current configuration. While abstracting your configuration, you may find it useful to generate modules using code instead of writing files. The example below would have the same effect as importing a file which sets those options. Okay, so basically we import instead of a file, which is just the path, we do the net config, which is a function, and this is what embeds the configuration, right? Yes, okay, makes sense. Makes sense. We have functions, we have different files. That sounds pretty good. If you are wondering how it's possible that the indirect result of a function is passed as an input to the same function, that's because Nix is lazy language. It only computes values when they are needed. This works as long as no individual configuration value depends on itself. All right. So Nix is also lazy, so it's literally Haskell basically. Hello, Kataro.io. Okay. Are we installed yet? Oh wait, we are actually installed. All done. NixOS has been installed on your computer. You may now restart into the new systems or continue using the NixOS live environment. You can change every setting later except for the bootloader. Never heard of this NixOS? If you want a short summary of why am I trying this out, I never tried it before myself. It's because of reproducible builds and deployments. So yes, it is Linux, but the package manager is like different. It's it defines the configuration of the entire system inside this configuration, which is written in purely functional language that we were just reading about, which looks like Haskell, and your entire system configuration is very easily reproducible and everything. So I will probably like store it inside my GitHub repository alongside my dot files. So it's like dot files, but for the entire system, which makes it also easily reproducible. You know? So you don't just like install additional package when you need it. You change your configuration to say that this is a new package that you actually need, I think. Okay, restart now. Done. It's just it is just a regular Linux distribution, but the configuration is easier. Okay. So were I not supposed to launch into the why am I presented with the console? Okay. It just takes a while for some reason. Sounds interesting. So migration from one device to another should be easy. Yeah, exactly. So like people are using this to deploy to like multiple servers, for example, using the same exact installation. It's exactly the same configuration, and even if the configuration is like changing, you can extract common configuration into one file and then like append some like machine specific configuration to the common configuration file. So yeah, basically all you need to install your system is you need your configuration file, and you click the install button, and it's all done. You don't need to like configure everything from scratch again once you have configured the system initially for what you need. So that sounds very nice on paper, and I think NixOS versus Arch packages, like I'm pretty sure that I have read somewhere over here, yes. So here's the stuff. So in Arch, we use the Arch user repository, which has a lot of packages, right? But if you use Nix, apparently they have even more. So they even have more software in their packages than Arch. If that's like sometimes when you're using Ubuntu, for example, they don't have some stuff in the official repositories, and then installing something from not the official repositories is like hard, and you want to, and you hate yourself when you need to do that. Okay, are we going to boot or not? What do you think? Or are we like did we just like install NixOS and we're presented with a black screen now? Hello? I guess we can eject the NixOS. Is it just slow? Because it took a while to boot previously too, right? Okay, turn off, turn on again. I'm not sure where we're booting from. Yeah, NixOS, yes, boot. So this booted. But then it's supposed to show me the welcome screen, right? Or was it just, is this just sleeping? No, it's not sleeping, right? It's supposed to open the greeter. Am I using VirtualBox? No, this is Hyper-V, which is better than the VirtualBox when you're using Windows. I think when I used the VirtualBox before, it was slower than Hyper-V. Basically, it's like using KVM on Linux. Well, I guess VirtualBox, I think, can work using Hyper-V now. So it shouldn't matter much, but still. This is like a native Windows virtual machine from Microsoft. Okay, so we're just not booting. Hello? Really? Is this how NixOS is going to work? We just cannot boot? Okay, well, we can do this. Obviously. Right? Okay. No GUI. I don't know. We're supposed to have the GUI, but it's not. Like, it's a black screen for some reason. So, I don't know. System control. Status. It should be GDM, I believe. No. Wait. What greeter do we actually use then? System control. Display manager. I don't know. I just use the default like stuff from the graphical installation. I think I should just do the installation from command line so that I know what's there. Like, how do I even see what's wrong here? The display manager service is supposed to be GDM since I chose the GNOME installation, right? But the GDM, as you can see, is not even is loaded, but is not enabled or something. Cell shell C sure NixOS yay. Okay, so you are familiar with NixOS. Can you help me then? So we just use the graphical installer for the first time here. I chose the GNOME as my desktop environment. We just rebooted, and I was presented with a black screen, as you can see over here. We just see the blinking cursor in the top left. Then I do Control Alt F3 or F2 or F1, whatever, to go into the terminal. I can log into my user. And then I was thinking that we should have the GDM as our display manager. But if I see the status of the GDM, then it's masked. Display manager. So display manager is running. And actually, wait, GDM is actually there. Hold on. Wait. So that's what is happening. Hold on. Do you guys see this? GDM display session never registered failing. This is the default installation of NixOS. Check the X server logs for errors. Maximum number of X display failures reached. Hold on. Let's go into journal control. Into the unit of this. All right. Let's see. That's all the logs that we have. So after we booted, the session was never registered, and that's why we're failing. What does this even mean? NixOS GDM service never registered. Somewhere between this and this, GNOME Display Manager broke and won't start. Scrolling back and just restarting Display Manager doesn't help, so it might be... Okay, so basically they fucked their stuff. CGDM failing to start on boot. Widescreen, please contact system administrator. I don't have this. This has been fixed, but know that the current updated build is missed out on the fix. Can you CD? Yes, I can CD everything everywhere. What I want. I guess we can check the configuration that they have, right? NixOS. We just need to fix the current configuration. But like, why is like so like When somebody wants to just try out NixOS for the first time and they install the system using the default installation stuff, right? You are not supposed to like do this manually. It's supposed to just work, right? So I don't know what's wrong here. Let's see. So we have the configuration Nix. I guess this is what you want, right? Vim is not installed. So what do I do? Less. Okay, less configuration. Okay, here's the configuration. What do you want? So we are using system dboot that I already saw. I don't know how to use Nana. I'm just going to use. I guess if we want to edit this, then we will have to use Nana, right? Okay, Nana configuration Nix. Okay. So we do just Control X to exit, right? Yes. Okay. Search for windowing system. See over here, enable the GNOME desktop environment. So Display Manager GDM is enabled. Yes. Yes, I also needed to sudo because I will not be able to write this file. You're right. But still, so we are using the GDM as our display manager, and our desktop manager is GNOME. Because that's what I chose in the installer. It makes sense. Yes, it is correct. It's the problem that like the GDM is trying to start, but it's failing. As you can see, I was just if we check the status of the display manager service, then as you can see, GDM is actually like trying to start, but then we have the errors. GDM display session never register failing. So this is a problem somewhere. Define a user account. Don't forget to set password with password. Okay. Wait, can we specify packages for every user separately? Is that how this is working? All right. Well, before we go into that, we need to figure out what's wrong with our GNOME. Although I'm probably not going to use the GDM in the end, but something else. I'm not even sure what yet. But still. Allow unfree packages. True. Pulse audio. Pipe wire. Okay. X server. Okay. This configuration looks pretty simple. And everything is correct. So the problem is inside the Nix packages themselves. The GNOME is just broken. GDM failing to start. I don't even have the white screen, by the way. Can we please try this? Services X Server Desktop Manager GNOME 3 debug true. Are you using NixOS? Because I mean, I just installed using the default options. I'm not supposed to be looking at this. Why is everything broken already? We're going to revert and use Arch if this is going. If this is how everything is going to work. I'm going back to Arch then. I remember like last time I tried installing Ubuntu, the same stuff happened. By the way, I just installed Ubuntu using the default. Which ISO image did you install? Let me see. I used NixOS org. I clicked download and then I clicked the graphical ISO image and the first one, recommended for the most users. This is literally recommended for the most users. That's what I used. I clicked here, I downloaded, and then I run the installer from this image. You'll try it to see if you get the same error. Okay. Anyway, system packages, Vim. Why is this? Okay. Let me do configuration. Let me first of all install the Vim here. So I'm going to uncomment this line. wget, sure, let's install this too. And then we exit and write. Oh wait, hold on. I need to do sudo nano. Okay. Because I don't know how to use nano. I will like to use Vim instead. So when I change the configuration, what do I do then? When I change the configuration, let me see. Configuration, syntax. So I have read that. And then package manager. Every time you run NixOS rebuild, NixOS will ensure that you get a consistent set of binaries. Okay, so we just do NixOS rebuild, right? NixOS rebuild just opens me the manual. But I already am seeing the manual. Hold on. Ad hoc, where you install, upgrade, and uninstall packages via the nixenv command. This style allows mixing packages from different Nix packages versions. It's the only choice for non-root users. What am I supposed to do when I change the global configuration? NixOS rebuild switch. What about using VirtualBox image too, then compare with settings? I'm not using VirtualBox, I'm using Hyper-V. I'm not sure if that's different. For whatever reason. I mean, okay, let's... if this is such a big problem, let's actually... Because I wanted to do the installation from the... from the command line. So I want to install the system without any desktop environment and just boot into the command line anyway, right? So we download the minimal ISO image, right? 64-bit, this one. And then we go over the installation from scratch again. The minimal is still a little less than a gigabyte, all right. Wait, you're saying the VirtualBox image. What about the VirtualBox image? Oh, this one? Oh, this is the demo apply. Okay, I see. It's the OVA format, which means that I can open this in my Hyper-V too. Technically. This includes this as well as VirtualBox guest editions. All right. Okay. Well, if... Is my VirtualBox even like working? I have the VirtualBox installed, but I don't think it's going to work because I have a Hyper-V enabled. We'll see. Okay, NixOS minimal has been downloaded, so we just do power off here, and then we do media DVD drive. We insert the disk, which is going to be downloads NixOS minimal now. All right, and now we start it, and we boot into... No, hold on. No, hold on. Clipboard. How do I do Control Alt Delete here? Control Alt End. Okay. Settings. I want to open from the DVD. Yes. Start. Okay, installer. Let's go. So this is installer. The command line one. By the way, they are telling me that the SSH daemon is running. System control status SSHD. So SSHD is running, right? Maybe I should do like set my password 123 123, and then if I do this, then maybe I will be able to SSH. No, I want to SSH into this thing. No, yeah, I mean, I think I know my IP address. It's oh wait, it's actually, yes, Nix. Yeah, I was trying to SSH into a different one. Okay, that's right. All right, nice. Warning: remote host configuration has changed. All right. I don't remember how to do this. I delete this, and then I SSH. Okay, password 123. Okay, so now we can install over SSH. Okay, that's nicer because I have a better font that I like more. And I can... All right. Installation over SSH. That's how we want to do it. Okay, so we can open like this and that. Right? Okay. All right. Where is my learn? Install. Get started. Hold on. Where was I? Install. Where is the instruction again? First steps with Nix. An empty page. Really? Learn. Nix manual. Add user known host files dev null. All right. Installation. Wait, this is Nix reference, not the NixOS reference. NixOS manual, this one. Okay, installing. Let's go. We're going to install using manual installation, right? So we go into sudo mode to go into the root. Then we go networking. I'm pretty sure that my network should be working already. Yes, I can ping some Google here. So I should know. Yes, this is for the Wi-Fi. Networking is necessary for the installer since it will download lots of stuff. It's best if you have DHCP server on the network. Okay, on the graphical installer you can configure the network. Okay, on the minimum standard network manager is not available, so configuration must be performed manually. You configure. We do this. All right, sure. So we don't need that. Partitioning and formatting. Okay. So first of all, we need to format our partitions, right? I have been using CF disk for this, if they have this installed, right? So we have the EFI system and we have the Linux file system. This is already there from our previous graphical installation, so I guess the partitions are actually correct. Although, wait, why did they do this? Seashell, seashore. Why did they leave some free space in the beginning of my disk of 1 megabyte and also a little bit of free space in the very end? Is that on purpose? Why is there some free space? We have 7 megabytes wasted. You don't know, lol? Alright. Okay, let's do manual partitioning. We are going to delete everything. We're going to create a new. Let's do 1 gigabyte actually for the EFI system, and then we are going to do the rest with the Linux file system. Okay, now we do right, and we do yes. Okay, so this is our partitioning, and then we quit. Okay, so now we have 2 partitions, right? 1 gigabyte, which is like more than enough for the EFI partition, and now we need to format our partitions, right? They use parted here. I just don't know how to use parted. I just did the same stuff using CF disk, which is same. Okay, so now we do make a file system ext4. This is for our main participant. What is L? L is label. Oh, we can do labels. I never did labels. Label NixOS. All right, sure. Dev SDA 2. By the way, I did SDA 2 as our Linux file system, so this is the main one. Next 4. All right. Can I do it? Okay, it's already done. Sure. Okay, and then we do make file system fat f32 n label is boot for dev SDA1, right? Lowercase labels might not work. Okay, let's fix the warning. Let's do boot. Okay, now no warnings. Now we need to mount. So we are going to mount dev SDA2 to /mnt, and then we are going to make dir mnt boot, and we're going to mount dev. Oh shit. And then I'm going to mount dev SDA1 into mnt boot, right? Now that everything is mounted properly, right? So we have SDA1 mounted to mnt boot and SDA2 mounted to mnt. That's how it's supposed to be working. Now we can actually install. I don't enable swap. Now we're going. So this is the NixOS specific step. We need to create a file configuration nix that specifies the intended configuration for the system. This is because NixOS has a declarative configuration model. You create or edit a description of the desired configuration on your system, and then NixOS takes care of making it happen. The syntax is described. All right, sure. So we can generate the initial configuration using NixOS. Generate config root /mnt. Okay. So this has written the hardware configuration Nix and configuration Nix. We can see what's there. NixOS configuration. Let's see. So what has been configured here? Okay, we are importing the hardware configuration. We are using systemd boot. Can touch if variables. I don't know what that does. Host name. I can change my host name. Wireless. I don't need wireless because this is on the PC. Time zone is something that I can set. Then we can set the locales. X server. All right. Everything is basically system state version. Did you read the comment? Okay. This value determines the NixOS release from which the default settings for stateful data like file locations and database versions of the system were taken. It's perfectly fine and recommend to leave this value at the release version of the first install of the system. Before changing this value, read the documentation of this option. All right. So this is okay. The only thing that I want to change in this configuration is, I guess, Vim is installed on the live installer. Yes. So I'm going to change this configuration, right? First of all, let's change the time zone. It's going to be this, and then we can define user account. Right? We can define the user account. Boogeyman is normal user true. We are going to add ourselves to the wheel group to enable sudo, and then packages is going to be Firefox. Sure. Wait. So what does this mean? Why is this package only defined for Kuviman? Should this not be defined for everyone? Like, for example, over here, this is installed on the system profile, right? I need to install Vim. Yes. And then also open SSH. I want to enable the SSH daemon. That makes sense. Because I want to continue working over SSH here, right? System copy NixOS configuration file and link it from the resulting system. This is useful in case you accidentally delete configuration Nix. Accidentally delete configuration Nix, lol. Okay. Let's see. So this has generated like correctly. It detected that I'm using the UEFI. I am using the systemd boot. I can configure it more. For example, I want to like I will eventually like disable the timer on the boot screen and boot directly into Linux on the systemd boot, but that's something that we can configure later. If you need to configure networking, we're gonna go in particular while Wi-Fi is supported, generated. Okay. Another critical option is file systems. Specify the file systems that you need to be mounted by NixOS. However, typically you don't need to do it yourself because NixOS generate config does in the config hardware configuration. So I guess we should take a look at the hardware config, right? Let's see. So we have file systems, which is the root file system is going to be disk specified by UUID. All right. And then we specify the boot file system. Nice. Swap devices is 0. Okay. Hardware, update microcode for the AMD CPU because that's what I have. Okay, so they even like installed the microcode for me, right? That's nice. Available kernel modules. Kernel modules. I don't know what that means. Okay. So this should do... Now we do the NixOS install. This will install your system based on the configuration you provided, right? NixOS install. Wait, should I not specify like the path to the mount? Or is this going to use the MNT? This will install your system based on the configuration. If anything fails due to a configuration problem, then you can rerun NixOS install after fixing configuration. This is the last step. We'll ask you to set the password for the user, for the root user. Okay, NixOS install, let's go. So far, this is pretty simple. And this should not take as long as the GNOME installation took us, because we don't install anything graphical here yet. So if everything went well, then we're going to reboot after setting the root password. Also, I want to set the password for my actual user, the Kuviman. Can I do the root and do the stuff for my actual user? For unattended installation, it's possible to use NixOS install no root password. These logs that I have here, Nix store, and then like random like alphanumeric characters. Oh wait, no. We have the actual libraries. Actual packages are specified here. Like we're installing the lib tool, the lib. Okay. Are we sure? Wait, why am I installing the libjl? Why am I installing opus file? Why am I installing the lib? What is this? Are those all the packages that are required? I'm installing some Perl. rsync. Is this like, is this literally like in the default installation? SQLite, really? Like, I thought this is something that I need to configure, and this should not be the default, no? The Vmin's been installed, nice. The G object, isn't the G object something that has to do with GNOME? GStreamer, wait. Hmm. The group menu shows a list of unavailable configurations. It's interesting because we're not even installing grub, right? We're doing the system deboot. Every time you change the NixOS configuration, a new item is added to the menu. This allows you to easily roll back to a previous configuration if something goes wrong. Okay. You should log in and change the root password with password. You'll probably want to create some user account as well, which can be done with user add. Okay, set in root password, new password. Retype new password. Installation finished. Nice. So now we can do a reboot. All right. Can I do SSH again? Okay. And to... Okay. Now we want, can I SSH into root? I cannot, which is how it should be, right? But I cannot SSH into Kuviman either because I have not set my password. So Kuviman does not have a password here. Login incorrect. Wait, really? Hold on. Okay, root. Hold on. Home. Kuviman is there. Hold on. Let's go. Hold on. Password Kuviman. Okay, can I SSH into Kuviman now? I can. All right, nice. Okay, and I can do the sudo, right? Sudo. I can. Okay, nice. Okay, so this has installed. So this works so far. I don't have the graphical installation of anything yet, though, right? Okay, my root is literally empty. My home folder is literally empty. Okay, nice. Okay, we have installed NixOS. Nice. Installation summary. To summarize, oh, this is just a quick summary. Okay. Additional installation notes. Booting from USB flash drive. I don't need that. I mean, I will eventually just do the same configuration that I have installed, that I have used there on the actual. Well, technically, I am installing on the physical SSD anyway. All I will need is to like make sure that I can boot into it physically, right? I don't remember how to do that. In some cases, your system might already be booted into pre-installed with another Linux distribution and booting NixOS by attaching the installation, which is quite natural. Okay, I need that. Install NixOS onto VirtualBox is convenient for users who want to try NixOS without trying it on bare metal. If you want to use a pre-made VirtualBox appliance, no, I want to go through the installation process, which I did. Installing from another Linux distribution can both be installed on most Linux distributions. They can be used to install NixOS in various creative ways. So yeah, we could use like Nix Package Manager inside Arch if we wanted to, but let's just do the NixOS. Why not? Still behind the proxy. Okay, changing the configuration. Whenever you change something in that file, you should do NixOS rebuild switch. All right, so we do NixOS rebuild switch. Right, that's what I was supposed to be doing. But obviously, I didn't actually change anything in my configuration, right? So when I do NixOS rebuild switch, when I didn't even do anything, permission denied, so this needs to be a sudo. All right, sudo. Reloading user units for Kubernetes setting up temp files. I don't know what this does, but I didn't change anything, right? I have Vim installed, nice. Okay, you can also do NixOS rebuild test to build the configuration and switch the running system to it, but without making it the boot default. Oh, okay. We can test the configuration like this. There is also NixOS rebuild a boot to build the configuration and make it the boot default, but not switch to it now. Okay, but switch makes it the default for booting and also change to it right now, right? So right now I'm already in the new configuration then, right? Okay, we can do boot, we can do test, and we can do Switch P. You can make your configuration show up a different submenu in group 2. I'm not using grub though. What do you mean? So P is like what? Labeling, profiles, okay. Finally, you can do build to build the configuration, but nothing more. This is useful to see where everything compiles cleanly, okay. If you have a machine that supports hardware virtualization, you can also test the new configuration in a sandbox by building and running a QEMU virtual machine that contains desired configuration. Just do NixOS rebuild build VM. I'm pretty sure that I cannot do the nested virtualization because I'm running inside the virtual machine right now. But maybe in the latest Windows updated, they actually did it. This is going to install everything from scratch, right? Okay. Is it using something from the cache, or are we downloading everything from scratch again when we're doing this? Okay, anyway. The best way to keep your NixOS installation up to date is to use one of the NixOS channel. The channel is a Nix mechanism for distributing Nix expressions and associated binaries. The NixOS channels are updated automatically from NixOS's Git repository after certain tests have passed. These channels are stable channel, unstable channel, and small channel. Which one should I use? These only get conservative bug fixes and package upgrades. For instance, a channel update may cause Linux kernel only system to be upgraded from this, but not this. The unstable channel, this corresponds to main development branch, and thus, okay, so this, okay. Which one should I use? When you first install NixOS, you're automatically subscribed to the NixOS channel that corresponds to your installation source. For instance, if you installed from then you are subscribed to this channel. To see which channels you are subscribed to, run the following as a root. Okay, I will not do this. Interrupted by user, sure. I need this. The default installation, by the way, already used 2.7 gigabytes, even though we didn't install much. We only installed Vim, apart from the default installation. All right. See which channel you subscribe to, run the following as root. Next channel list. I'm subscribed to nothing. Wait, really? Hold on, I'm subscribed to nothing. I mean, I can add the grabbing, but you can then upgrade NixOS to the latest version if your chosen channel by running this, which is equivalent to the more verbose update NixOS rebuild switch. So they lied to me in this installation guide, by the way, because they said that I'm automatically subscribed to the NixOS channel that corresponds, but Nix channel list. Oh wait, maybe I should do like sudo Nix channel list, and then I will be able to see it. Oh, actually yes. Okay, so yes, it's different when I'm running this from the user or from the root. Okay, sure. Sure. Automatic upgrades. You can keep NixOS system up to date automatically by adding the following configuration: Nix auto upgrade enable, allow reboot. This enables a periodically executed systemd service like NixOS upgrade service. If the allow reboot option is false, it runs switch upgrade to update NixOS to the latest in the current channel. If this is true, then the system will automatically reboot I don't want that, right? I want the updates to be manual, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so we basically have installed everything, right? Now it's time to install the windowing system, right? Or do we install something else first? We've declared. Okay, I didn't read this yet. You can specify which packages you want on your system by setting the system packages, and then NixOS rebuild switch. You can get a list of available packages as follows. The first column in the output is the attribute name. You can get a list of available packages as follows: nixenv qap. It just lists all of the packages that I can install, or what? QAP. How long is it supposed to be taking me? Customizing packages. Some packages have option to enable or disable optional functionality or change other aspects of the package. For instance, the Firefox wrapper. Okay, this is all the packages that we have in the NixOS. All right. Okay. Customizing packages. Unfortunately, Nix packages currently lacks a way to queue available configuration options. Okay. So we just need to see the documentation for all the packages, right? Apart from high-level options, it's possible to tweak a package in almost arbitrary ways, such as changing or disabling dependencies of a package. For instance, the Emacs package in Nix packages by default has a dependency on GTK2. If you want to build it against GTK3, you can specify that as follows: GTK is equal to packages GTK3. Okay. The function override performs the call to the Nix function that produces Emacs. With the original argument. I'm not sure if I need that yet. Adding custom packages. It's possible that a package you need is not available in NixOS. In that case, you can do two things. Either you can package it with Nix, or you can try to use a pre-built packages from upstream. Due to the peculiarities of NixOS, it's important to know that building software from source is often easier than using pre-built executable. Okay, we will try to create our own Nix package too at some point. Ad hoc package management. With the NixEnv, you can install and uninstall packages from the command line. For example, to install this, you can do this. If you invoke this as root, the package is installed in the Nix profile and visible to all users on the system. Otherwise, the package ends up in user and not visible to other users. Okay, so that's exactly what it is, right? If I do sudo vim etc nix os configuration, right? For example, over here we only install the Firefox to the QVMan, right? But what I actually want to do is I want to install Firefox for everyone, because like, why would I only install it for my own user, right? Firefox, no display. Makes sense. We're not running. Okay, we have installed Firefox, but we don't have the graphical environment yet. NixEnv rollback. All right. NixEnv. Manipulate or query Nix user environments. Operation install. Install is -i. And -i a. What does this mean? IA. So I means install, right? What is the capital A? If A is specified, the arguments are attribute paths that select attributes from the top level Nix expression. This is faster than using derivation names and unambiguous. To find out the attribute paths, use the NixEnv QAP. Okay. Sure. Mm-hmm. User manager. Both declarative and imperative styles of user managers. The declarative styles users are declared in configuration Nix. For instance, the following states. Okay, so I could use the regular user add instead of specifying it in the configuration, but configuration is better, right? Know that Alice is a member of the wheel and network manager groups, which allows her to use sudo and configure network respectively. A user is assigned automatically. You can also specify the UID manually by adding the UID is equal. In the imperative style, this is what we do. To make all Nix tools available to this new user, use this thing. Login shell. All right. File systems. You can define file systems using the file systems configuration option. The default definition causes NixOS to mount the ext4 file system on the device. Okay, so this is in the hardware Nix specified already for us. We're using the ext4. Sure. NixOS also supports unlocking your SSHFS file systems. Troubleshooting. Okay, X Windows system. Okay, I don't want the X, right? So we want to try out the Wayland and with the Hyperland specifically, right? So that's what we're going to do next. Instead of doing the X Windows system, we're going into Wayland. While X is still the primary display technology on NixOS, Wayland support is steadily improving. Where X separates the X server and the window manager on Wayland, those are combined. The Wayland compositor is like a window manager, but also embeds the Wayland server functionality. This means that it's sufficient to install a Wayland compositor such as Sway without separately enabling a Wayland server. Okay, so how do we install now the Hyperland, right? Configuration. We basically go somewhere. Instead of the X windowing system, we're going to do how do I hold on. NixOS Hyperland. Programs Hyperland enabled. True. That's all we need, right? Is that all we need? Programs Hyperland enable. True. Is that all? It does everything for me. The X Wayland is going to be installed, the fonts, the graphical drivers are going to be installed, everything is going to be installed, right? So now all I need to do after this, I'm actually using Vim wrong. Okay. Wait, what did I do wrong? Hold on. Go to Nix. Hold on. How do I upgrade again? I forgot already. Switch. NixOS rebuild switch. I scroll with JK. Okay. What do I scroll with? Control F instead, or what? I don't remember. Yeah, you can just scroll instead of moving your cursor. Okay. You can remind me. I have been using Vim long time ago. NixOS rebuild switch. Control D, Control Y. The option Hyperland does not exist. Wait. The Hyperland does not exist. Make sure to check out the options in the NixOS module. Hold on. Control D. Control Y. Control D. Control D is too much. Control Y is okay. Control E. Control E, Control Y. To do one at a time. Or Control F. Control E is a small scroll. You lied to me. You don't know how to use Vim yourself, huh? Control E is one line. Control Y is one line. So you are using Vim wrong too, then. You use Helix. I thought you were using NVim, no? I think Control B and Control F. Yes, I remember now. For big scrolls. You don't use full screen scrolls anyway, yeah. I don't know, usually when you scroll, you want your like cursor to be where you have scrolled to anyway. So, which is why I just using JK for scrolling. Also, it's so weird that the default Vim configuration on the NixOS doesn't have syntax highlighting for the Nix configuration files. I think this is pretty weird. Okay, but how do I... okay, Hyperland from Nix packages does not exist. How do I do this then? Also, why are they showing me the same error 3 times? Program Hyperland does not exist. Problem Hyperland doesn't exist. Problem Hyperland does not exist. That's so slow. But then, like, if you do it Control Y, Control E, then you need to also like move your cursor where you actually want it to go, right? What is this movement in Vim? I never used this one, where you can jump to multiple locations on the screen, and then like each has their own key. What do you use for it? I don't remember. Like to quickly move to any location on the screen in Vim. Relative line numbers? No, not relative line numbers. It's like you press some combination of keys, and then you know, like this is going to change into and highlight it into a specific other key that I need to press to jump over here, and then like it's going to highlight all the different stuff that I can jump to. I don't remember what it is. You don't use that? Maybe you're using Vim wrong then. Vim movements. You don't know what I mean? Vim cheat sheet. Cursor movement. I don't see it here. Maybe it's from a plugin or something. That's pretty popular. Happy Gorley. Hold on, Vim, jump to locations fast. I don't know. I don't know what is the fastest way to navigate various points in Vim. Vim super fast navigation. There are markers. Yeah, maybe markers. There's like automatic markers that you can do. I think marks and positions. No, this is like for you to mark it yourself, right? I know that it exists. I don't remember what it is though. Maybe this guy can tell us.
And I started on board and get back in the day. Next, I'll pay for what I would have done. Understand the character in which you want to jump to. That is to it. Advantage for me. Okay, I got a maze.
No. Still don't get what I mean. All right. I mean, there is a thing where you type something, like your cursor is currently over here, right? And you type some command, and then some of the things like this is going to be highlighted, this is going to be highlighted, this is going to be highlighted. I don't know, some random stuff is going to be highlighted, and they're all going to be highlighted with a certain key. And then if I press that key, then my cursor is going to change its position to here. If I press the key that's like shown over here. So that's like how you can quickly go anywhere on the screen, basically. I don't remember what it is though. I did see some people use that. And I think I tried it myself once too. Anyway. How do I install the hyperland? Programs.hyperland does not exist. How? Oh wait, I need to do sudo. Oh wait, I know exactly. It's because I need to do sudo NixOS rebuild switch, right? No, that's not it. It still does not exist. Okay, nix env ia hyperland. Can we do this? Nix packages hyperland does not exist. Nix env. How do I search Q? Q something? I don't remember. I don't remember. What are the commands? Install and configure Hyperland on NixOS. Make sure to check out the options on the Nix module. Programs Hyperland enable true, yes. How do I install it? Why is it not? Hyperland is not supported on NixOS stable. Oh, I see. It's not supported on stable, and I'm using the stable NixOS, right? So I need to use the unstable. Okay, so we basically do Nix channel, add the unstable, right? Unstable channel, NixOS. Be sure to include the NixOS parameter at the end. Nix channel list. All right. And we do NixOS rebuild switch upgrade. Okay, let's see. Are we going to have the Hyperland installed now? I guess the configuration is correct. But if I just install the Hyperland, it's going to be installed, right? How do I launch it though? Nix OS Hyper, because I don't have the display manager. NixOS Hyperland tutorial. How do other people do this? So this is just installing it, right? I can also like take a look at others people's configurations, see how they are doing stuff. Oh my Zash profiles. In some cases, it may be desirable to take advantage of commonly used predefined configurations provided by Nix packages, but different from those that come as default. This is a role fulfilled by NixOS's profiles, which come as files living in profiles. That is to say, expected usage is to add them to the import lists. Why don't they have anything about the display manager here? So I have installed everything, right? Updating systemd boot. Okay, I have installed everything, right? So how do I launch the Hyperland now? Or is my NixBox? My NixBox is running, right? What do I even do here? Reboot. Sudo reboot. Okay, so NixOS generation 2. So this is what I just did, right? I installed the Hyperland. But in order to launch the Hyperland, I need to do something, right? How do I log into this thing? I need the display manager, right? Display manager. I mean, okay, you know what? How about we just enable the GDM again, and let's see if it's going to work this time, because when we install the default installation, the GDM didn't work, right? We do need... Oh, by the way, I do have the highlighting of the syntax now. Do I have highlighting of the syntax here? If I SSH? I do have it. Wait, so they only have the syntax highlighting in the unstable NixOS, really? That's so weird. Okay, so basically what we do here is we do services, X server, display manager, GDM, enable, true, right? So I'm still going to use the same, and then we're going to reboot, and let's see if the GNOME... Oh wait, but I need to rebuild my configuration too, right? NixOS rebuild switch. I'm wondering how long is it going to take me to like get a working system like I want it to be. I know that NixOS has a quite, like, people did say that it is like the learning curve is pretty high here. I'm wondering if just enabling the display manager like this is enough. Creating symlink permission denied. All right, because we need to do sudo. Can I delete the previous versions of my configurations though? Okay, let's see. System control, status, GDM, masked. By the way, what does masked mean in the GDM? Display manager. Bad settings. Wait, what? It says bad settings? Let's reboot. Generation 3 of the NixOS. Okay, are we going to see the GDM or not? I don't see it. Why am I not seeing it? System control, status, display manager, bad settings. What do you mean bad settings? Service has no exact start, exact stop, or success action, refusing. While it is not strictly necessary to use GDM as your display manager with GNOME, it is recommended that some features might not work without it. The default applications using NixOS are very minimal, inspired by the defaults used in GNOME build meta. I'm not even installing the entire GNOME, I'm only installing the GDM. Display manager. By the way, can I do display manager which is also Wayland and not X? So those are all the different display managers. We can do the start X pseudo display manager, which allows users to start X manually via the start X. You can do SDDM. Or I can do GDM or light DM or anything. How? Okay, I mean, we can try just installing the entire GNOME and see if that works. Right? Do I enable the X server? Or is it going to be enabled automatically? I don't know. Let's try this. By the way, I can also like just test it, right? So if I do test when I'm doing the NixOS rebuild, I'm going to test the new configuration. Is it going to stop like the existing services or? I'm not sure how everything is working here. So now we are downloading the entire GNOME, right? Network manager. The X window system provides the basic of graphical user interface. It can be enabled as follows. The X server automatically detects and use the appropriate video driver from the set. You can also specify the driver manually. You also need to enable at least one desktop or window manager. Otherwise, you can only log into plain undecorated external window. Thus, you should be one or more. The following new units were started: network manager, service. Everything has been systemd hostnamed servers. What? It's bad setting again. What am I doing wrong? I don't know. Let's switch again. This is built, and then let's restart. I didn't do services X server enable, true. But maybe that's what I need to do. NixOS's default display manager is Light DM. You can select. Okay, so like there is already a default one, by the way. Okay, let's reboot. Generation 4. Can I delete the previous generations if when I'm done? So yeah, as you can see, this still is not running. System control status, display manager, still bad settings. Let's go and generate the configuration again, and let's enable the X windowing service, windowing system. Okay, and then we do it again. Rebuild switch, sure. Can I enable like both Hyperland and X server? Are they not going to conflict with each other? Maybe I need to like comment out the Hyperland. Generation 5. Where is my display manager? Why am I seeing this screen? Oh wait, it's there. It's starting right now. And it's black screen again, just like we had before. Hold on. Hold on, NixOS. Display manager. Black screen blinking cursor is all I see. Is this like black screen after startup? NixOS. Let's see. Hi guys, I'm having a problem with my system, but I cannot tell what it is. Fucking NVIDIA drivers, all I have to say. Okay, so wait, so okay, I can change the TTY, and I can see here system control status display manager. So this is running, and we still have the same problem as before. As in the default installation, GDM display session never registered failing. GDM display session never registered. I guess NixOS. GDM only showing black screen and white cursor. Yes. 1 month ago. Yes, this is what I'm having. I couldn't find how to check X. Okay. I found it myself. The stuff about NVIDIA drivers made me think to check Intel drivers, and then I found it. So what I needed to add to my config was kernel parameters this. Why? Alright. So here's the wiki. Video acceleration. To enable GPU accelerated video deployment, you need to put additional extra packages. X server may fail to start with the newer 12th generation. Okay, this is it. Why is this not like in the default stuff? My device ID. I need to force probe something. Right? Let's see. We need to do boot kernel params is equal to something. We're appending these the params, right? i915.force probe is equal to my device ID, and my device ID is, I see it using nix shell -p pci utils --run ls pci -nn grep vga. Wait, can I not just do lspci directly? Because it's not in my path. Shh, of course. Okay, so that's why we did nix shell with installed PCI utils. So we installed the PCI utils temporarily, basically, to run this shell script. I see. Hold on, lspci. Wait, what? Should this be sudo? No, it's still empty. I mean, yeah. I don't know. What's wrong here? It's because of the hardware that's provided by the virtual machine, probably. They never tested this in Hyper-V, maybe. I literally don't have it. Less PCI. Wait, less PCI literally doesn't list any of the PCI stuff, right? And it's supposed to. So is this about the GPU acceleration? Common issues. How should I do it? Hold on. NixOS Hyper-V. Set up NixOS on Windows 11 with Hyper-V. Configure in the virtual machine. Can't start X11 Hyper-V because no screen detected. Someone suggested a fix for this. I had to add X server modules, Xorg, XF. Okay, yes, it makes sense that this is the driver that we need to like install. Hyper-V frame buffer. And now all is well. Couldn't Hyper-V guest do this automatically for me? Okay, so this is what we need to do. Let me do this in the SSH so that I can copy paste. Okay, so services X server modules is this, and video drivers Hyper-V frame buffer, right? And now we do sudo NixOS rebuild switch again. Now it's going to work. Okay, let's reboot. Let's see if I'm going to be greeted. Generated 6. All right, so I think we need to just wait a little bit here for the display manager to start. There we go. I have a blinking cursor again. Fog. Session never registered, failing. This does indeed work as a workaround, and the problem still in this. Just ran into this. This really helped me. Thanks, dude. Still doesn't work for me. Are there any additional workarounds that any? Okay. I need to see my X log or something. See what's wrong. NymphDev, hello there. How do I see my log of the X server? We need to probably do var log. Where is my X logs? NixOS X server logs. Var logs X0. So like var log, but I don't have the X log here at all. What about the last log? This is a Linux distro, yes, which I'm trying to figure out, and like it's not working. I mean it's working, but the graphic interface is not working for me yet for some reason. Maybe it's because I'm using the virtual machine, I think, and the drivers is not working for it. The display manager is not running for me, basically, is what I'm trying to figure out. And all I have in my logs is that the session was never registered. Failing. What does this mean even? Check X server log for errors. VM don't work graphics very well. Well, they should work. I mean, if I install Arch here, it's going to work. Because that's what I did. Arch Linux works. Here you go. Here's the Arch virtual machine. Wait, how do I don't remember though how to do this. Start X maybe? Oh shit. Wait. Is it not working? Wait. Is my Arch also not working? I don't remember. I don't remember. Hold on. Debian I'm sure will work. Hold on. I didn't introduce system control start GDM, for example. Let me do this. No, GDM is not found. Sudo pacman install GDM. Sure. Let's install it. Oh shit, I didn't update it in a long time. Let me update it first. I need to update my system first. Yes, I didn't update in a long time. Alright, but I'm pretty sure it will work. But we can try. Just a quick small update, yes. It's because I actually have the everything installed here. I have GNOME installed. I'm pretty sure I have Plasma installed. I have a lot of different desktop environments installed here. So I need to upgrade a lot. 2 gigabytes of download. Yeah, sure. Let's wait for it. I don't maybe I never tried actually the graphical interface on Arch either, because I only used this for SSH, and I did the graphical, but like, how do you use it? Like I connect remotely to the graphical stuff. Okay, what do we want here now? I want to figure out how to. I can't even find one. Xlog returns nothing, and varlog is empty except for journals. Yeah, so that's me right now. I cannot even find the Xlog. It appears that it has something to do with video memory. Oh wait, is it because I need to go into settings and set up the memory firmware? Where is the where do I where do I set the video memory here? Maybe because I don't have the actual... Wait, I mean, I have it because I'm seeing something on the screen, right? Where do I configure it? Hyper-V, video memory? The media menu? Where is the media menu? Over here? No, media is just like for me to install a disk into the DVD drive to like boot into the ISO file that I download for NixOS. I'm pretty sure it's in the settings, in like in VirtualBox, it's inside the settings for the virtual machine, and this is where I am. Think you cannot? I cannot do it in Hyper-V? Okay. TLDR? No. It seems like you're in enhanced session. Okay, so maybe it's not going to work on Arch then too, right? So that's... So I actually need to do VirtualBox then instead, maybe. Okay, let's do a new installation. VirtualBox. Okay, new. File. How do I create? Machine new, yes. Nixbox. NixOS. Let's do the graphical installation again. Wait, I mean, hold on. No. It should work because when I booted the ISO, which has the graphical stuff, it did work. I did have graphics there, right? Like this installer with the graphics did work. I did see some graphics there. I'm not even sure if my VirtualBox is going to work because it is conflicting with Hyper-V, I think. But I'm not sure. Like, I need to disable Hyper-V to use VirtualBox. Okay, let's update again. I'm not sure what happened there. Hmm. Did I just break my arch too? Failed to retrieve some files. The Haskell conduit, whatever this is. I cannot download it. What? Why? Okay, now we have downloaded everything. For some reason, it didn't work the first time. Now we're going to actually install everything, right? Well, Arch doesn't support partial upgrades, so I need to like upgrade the entire system when I'm doing something, right? Otherwise it might break. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, it's working now, so we're going to have updated system. Like, okay. How about we boot into the NixOS? No, that's something that we can do. I am going to see the graphical environment there, right? And I can see what services are actually running, like inside the live system, and understand why is it's all working. Like, or like, can I see the configuration, the NixOS configuration for this in a graphical installer? Maybe that's what I need. And how do you start a like? So can I do like start X here? Nix gal b xorg init start run start X. Is this what I do? xorg.xinit. Okay, so no screens found. Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. My my xorg cannot find any screens. As you can see. So it's a driver issue. Most certainly, right? Yeah, also I, for some reason, cannot install the informant. Okay. Can I reboot already? Because I have upgraded my server, right? The informant is the only package that didn't upgrade, I think. The overlay panicked. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, it makes sense because the overlay was connected to this server. It makes sense. Okay. So we do start X. Oh, because TWM. Yes. Hold on. System control start GDM. GDM not found. Okay. We need to install Pacman as GDM. So now we are going to be able to install it. Right? I have some stuff installed here. I don't remember what exactly. And to uninstall informant. Okay. Let's see if it's going to work. It looks like in Arch I also have the black screen, actually. That's weird. Oh wait, no, I don't have the black screen. Hold on, no. Arch works, see? Arch works. It took a little bit of time. But I do have my graphical stuff working. Right? I can do the GNOME. I can log in. This all works. Right? Okay. Log out. Okay. Restart, whatever. Okay, so it can work in the Hyper-V for sure. Right? Now we need to figure out how to do this in NixOS. I'm pretty sure I didn't do any specific configuration of the drivers or anything in Arch. It just worked automatically. Verify that X server logs are written to the journal. So GDM does not write to the journal, right? Is that right? So I can try installing SDDM instead, for example. Maybe SDDM is going to work as like just the GDM that's not working. Let's try Vim configuration. All right. Display manager. Let's do display manager. By the way, by default, they have the Light DM already installed, right? So what if I just comment this out and then I do NixOS rebuild switch, because we just do it without the GDM then. I think they said in the documentation that the Light DM is the default, which also apparently doesn't write to logs. And we can try other display managers if we want. By the way, NymphDev, I think you... Oh wait, maybe not you. No. There was someone else who was trying to like replicate the error on their end at the same time. Okay. Somebody who was actually like using NixOS. Okay, so now what? Now I need to reboot again, and then maybe it's going to work. Generation 7, let's go. I use many Linux distros, Windows, etc. Once I used macOS and never looked back. I want the system to work for me. I don't want to spend time fighting with the system. I'm not. It's not the time. I never. I don't think I ever was fighting with Arch, for example. It's just like the initial setup that you need to figure out how to do, and that's also something that that you need to do with Mac too. I used Mac, and then I went away from Mac, and I never want to go back to Mac because Mac is a potato. I don't know. I mean, it looks nice, but that's it basically. I don't hate Mac, but also I kind of do. It's mostly because of their like licensing stuff. For example, I cannot run a macOS inside my virtual machine here, right? Just for testing stuff. I need to actually buy a Mac, and if I want to build myself a build of my game for iOS, I need to buy a Mac. If I want to do anything with the Apple ecosystem, I need to buy their stuff. Even although technically it can work. It's not just like buying the software, it's about buying hardware. You needed more than that for Arch? Last time I installed Arch, like I said, it took me 5 minutes. So I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I'm pretty much using the defaults in Arch, and I mean, yeah. I don't know. It depends on what you use too, right? What exactly are you trying to configure? I'm pretty sure when you're using Mac these days, you cannot even use Docker for free anymore because the Docker, they have updated their pricing too. Like if you work and you use Docker for work, then you cannot do it for free anymore. They only allowed free usage of Docker for personal projects, I think, on the Docker, because on the Macs and on Windows they work like using the virtual machines, and this, well, how is it called, like Docker desktop, I think, right? Stuff like that. Also, I don't know, it's like for development it's easier to use Linux mostly. Also, I never tried like configuring the graphical interface in macOS. I think you can do a little bit of configuration there. I never tried doing that in Windows too, really. Okay, wait, did we reboot? Node, Go, VS Code, extra tiling window, and Zesh. What is the extra tiling window? By the way, Zesh is default in macOS, I'm pretty sure these days, right? Extra tiling window? Is it the, like, VS Code? I'm not sure what you're talking about in the extra tiling window. You just meant extra stuff? Okay, yeah. I mean, Zesh is the default, but you need to configure it, which is, I'm just doing the oh my Zesh. So it takes like 1 minute to do that. To install Node and Go and VS Code, it literally takes 0 time too, right? And you can, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Like the time you need to set up your system is exactly the same, whether you're using Mac or Linux or Windows, I think. It might be longer on Windows because you cannot do it using command line, I guess. It's actually faster on Linux, because in Linux, like a Node, Go, VS Code, everything can be like done using the command line. But on Mac, you need to first install the homebrew, probably, so that you have the package manager. And on Windows, you also need to like either install everything manually or install the package manager first, like Choco. Okay, actually, started X server. Hold on. This is running now. Where is my... Why did I see it, though? Hold on, it's running. Where is it? Where is it? If it's running, why don't I see it? Why don't I see it if it's running? The Lite DM. Yes, Lite DM is running. You just needed an excuse to switch to macOS to justify the price. Okay. Badcop, did you ever try... hello there, by the way. Did you ever try the NixOS? I'm having trouble with my graphical stuff here. I cannot see anything on the screen except for the console so far. I'm installing NixOS, and I mean, it's working, but without the graphical interfaces. Also, we are talking about how... which is better? Macs or Linux or Windows? Can you provide us with valid reasons to hate Apple? Because I don't remember all of my reasons anymore. Why do I even hate Apple? Hold on. Because of the licensing, yes. Anything else? It was not very comfortable for me to use. I remember, like, the operating system itself. But I never tried to actually configure it anyway, and like try, like, is there, like, can you install your own, like, a different window manager for macOS or not? I remember I hated some stuff about it, like the way their window manager works. Apple developer ecosystem is trash. You also installed NixOS. What did you choose at the first step? Chose the first one and booted with GUI. Yes. Wait, did you install it, or did you just boot it from the ISO file? So like here's what I did first, right? I went to the official website, I clicked download, right? And then we go over here. This says recommended for the most users, right? So I basically clicked this. We were booted into the graphical interface, and then I clicked install. I clicked okay, next. Everything I have installed, and then I rebooted. And then it's a black screen. Because, yeah. So did you actually install, or did you just boot into the ISO file here? Customizing your keyboard layer requires Carabiner. Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yes, I did. I was using Carabiner. I remember that. Yes. That's also pretty bad. But I mean, you just don't if you don't configure your Mac, then it's pretty good, right? Exactly the same, but you didn't reboot yet. Okay, so maybe try rebooting. Brew is hilariously bad. I don't remember anything bad about Homebrew, to be honest. What is bad about it? I think Homebrew was pretty okay-ish. I mean, you just install stuff and it's getting installed. By the way, Kotaro, what virtual machine are you using? I'm using Hyper-V here. Let me just uncork some casks into my wine cellar. Fuck, now I have git merge conflicts in my package manager. VMware, okay. I don't have VMware installed. VMware is not free, right? You rebooted and it worked fine. Okay. So it's because of my virtual machine. Okay. But I want... Okay. Alright. NixOS. Hyper-V. If you want to hate Apple, the company, they are lobbying against your right as an end consumer to fix your own hardware in the US. So like you cannot open your Mac, and this is going to be illegal now. To see what's inside. Okay, so the problem is my Hyper-V. Okay. Repair shops are not legal businesses. Oh, I see. But they are going to do basically only official Apple repair shops or something, right? Or they are not going to do any repair shops at all. What does that even mean? Okay, Nix box. Stop. Turn off. Okay. Let's try the VirtualBox, sure. Machine new. ISO image. NixOS. Nixbox. Linux. Other Linux. Hardware. Base memory. 4 gigs. Processors. 6. Enable EFI. Hard disk. Use an existing. Choose. Add. Can I use the disk from my installed? Where is my Hyper-V? Virtual machines. Hyper-V. Why is there a picture of plant? Where is the picture of plant? I don't see it. How did I manage to install macOS on VirtualBox? Oh, I'm gonna Google for it, I guess. That's something that is technically not allowed by Apple licensing, because you are only I think like the licensing of Apple actually disallows me to install a macOS virtual machine even if I'm running on an Apple device. I'm pretty sure you cannot run two macOSs at the same time on the same hardware. You watched many videos and it was so complicated? There's some stuff on GitHub that does this automatically. You are allowed to virtualize macOS now? Wait, really? Since when? I don't think it was allowed like a couple years ago at the very least. It's very recent. Can I virtualize it on my Windows officially now? Can I like... What I use for it? I don't know. Like I think I think you can Google macOS VirtualBox. Here, my spaghetti VirtualBox. There you go. You can take a look at this if you want. Oh, where did I use it for? For testing my game on macOS. Yeah, I wanted to test that something works on macOS. I don't remember what exactly. My game, I think I was testing the fact that it is building on macOS. Like, one of the things is that I can like cross-compile from Linux to macOS, but this requires using the macOS SDK, and this is also illegal. Not illegal, but like, well, yes, this is against the licensing, so like I should not do that. And this is also something that I should not do. So like the only way for me to create a Mac build right now without breaking the license is using the GitHub Actions and the provided runners by the GitHub, because they provide me some Macs for free. Okay, wait, hold on. Arch Nixbox. Nixbox. Edit disk. Locate disk. Virtual hard disks. Cancel. So can I go here? Continue. There is no virtual hard disks here. Hold on. Where is this disk located? Inspect disk. What? Settings. Hard drive. So where is this physical disk? I'm using a physical hard disk, yes. And I can, okay. It's like, okay, sure. Hold on. How do I use a physical hard disk in VirtualBox again? I guess I could create a virtual one. Is it important to follow the license if you're just testing and playing around? Well, that's what I did, right? But if you are putting your work in public, then you should probably not break the license, I think. Okay, let's create the virtual hard disk. Sure, why not? No, not really. Not really what? Eight gigs. Do I have 8 gigs? I have 39 gigs. And I can do over here too, by the way. Let me go PC over here. Nixbox VDI, sure. Let's make it not 8 gigs, let's make it 64 gigs. Finish. Alright, Nixbox, let's run it. Not important to follow the license? Well, I mean, technically they are probably going to ignore you, right? Even if you break the license. Is that what you're saying? You just ignore the fact that you're breaking the license? Apple is not going to sue us unless we have money. Yeah, I guess. But it is still breaking the license. So I don't know. Well, it seems like VirtualBox is going to work too. Well, I mean, hold on. Inside my Hyper-V, the installer itself also worked. So technically I can make it work in Hyper-V, right? If you make a lot of money selling builds you make in a VM, then maybe you should worry. Okay. Hey, Foggy. Hello there. What am I doing? I'm trying to delete my windows. Oh, technically I already deleted the windows. You never use Hyper-V, you need the Windows Pro for it, right? No, I don't think I have. What is my Windows version even? I don't remember. I'm pretty sure that no, you don't need it. That's simple, just download a free virus on the internet and it will delete everything for you. Okay, well. I think you do need Pro if you're on 10. Yeah, I'm on Windows 11, so maybe that's why I don't need the Pro. Or something. Or maybe my Windows is actually a Pro already. How do I even see this? How do I see about this PC or something, right? PC properties? Okay, let's see. What kind of Windows do I even have? Windows 11 Pro. Yes, I do have the Pro apparently. Okay. Is Windows 11 stable now? I don't know, it was stable for me all the time. I used Windows 11 from the very beginning. It never broke for me. Unlike NixOS, which broke from the very beginning. And also, the exact stuff happened to me with Ubuntu, by the way. Ubuntu also didn't work for me. I am on AMD CPU, yes. Wait, what is wrong with VirtualBox? It's still loading. Is it going to be loading infinitely? I think it's too slow or something. Why is it still loading? I think the only problem about the AMD CPU and Windows that I had is that I cannot do nested virtualization. So if I run a VirtualBox or a Hyper-V virtual machine, then I cannot do a virtual machine inside my virtual machine, I think. Full SSD, yes. Don't cool kids use QEMU now? Is there a QEMU for Windows? I don't think so, right? Or is there? QEMU Windows. I mean, that's why I'm using Hyper-V. Hyper-V is faster than VirtualBox, I'm pretty sure. Wait, it actually works for Windows? We can do QEMU using MSys, using Pacman. Hold on. Pacman? Pacman? Min go W64 I86 64 ammo. This is going to be emulated. No, I don't want the emulated, right? I want the actual virtual machine that's fast. Windows Pacman. Yes, I have that. I have black screen in my virtual box. What is happening? I think it's just very slowly loading. Why is this so slow? Machine settings. Advanced. Description, disk, system, processor, acceleration. Yeah, see how slow it is? I cannot even move my mouse right now. Shit. Okay, what do I do so that it's not slow? Hardware acceleration. Display. I think it's because of the video memory, right? Yeah, it is because of the video memory for sure. For sure. So let me try. That's enough for Minesweeper. Let me try powering this off. I guess it's faster if I power this off like this. Machine ACTI shutdown. Machine. How do I power off? Where is the power off button? Machine. Reset. I don't want to reset. Hold on. Shut down. Nixbox. Settings. I think I just need the video memory to be higher. Graphics controller. VMS VGA. I don't know. Enable 3D acceleration. Sure. Okay. Let's try again. Just buy a second computer. I have a second computer. I have a second laptop. And it is running Arch. Just buy a third computer. Okay. I did have a third computer, which was a Mac. And I put it into trash. I don't know. Wait. Where did my Mac even go? I don't remember. Where is my Mac anymore? I did have a MacBook before. I think somebody just took it from me because they wanted a Mac. I'm not sure they're happy with it because it was so slow. Because what happens with your MacBook when you use it for 10 years? Sorry, I'm not bringing it back. Oh, did you take my Mac? I don't need it. I don't need it. So like, it was an old MacBook Pro from like 2010 or something. Or 2011 maybe. So it was, I think it was like overheating. So when I checked, it basically put the processor in the lowest like frequency possible, which is 800 megahertz instead of 3.4 gigahertz or whatever is like the normal. So like was very slow. It was like 10 times slower than it should be. Just get a Raspberry Pi. I do have a Raspberry Pi. But Raspberry Pi is yeah, I think I remember that my Raspberry Pi was actually like faster than my MacBook Pro at some point. Just run NixOS on it. But I want to use NixOS for development, so I want a fast PC, which is this PC. Okay, I don't know, like VirtualBox is very slow. This is impossible to work with. Just get 2 Pis. Okay. Okay. Here's another suggestion that I have. I could use my laptop and install NixOS on that in additionally to my Arch. No. I think it's like it's better that I like figure out how to have graphics in Hyper-V because it's like it is possible, right? Do you see how slow VirtualBox is? Why is it this slow? Can anyone explain this? This is impossible. Close. Power off. Okay. I'm not bragging, I have 3 PCs plus Mac Mini. I feel it's cheap to build a PC with used parts. I always find myself building a PC for no reason. Okay. Yes. I want to build a new PC for myself too sometime because I have right now a Ryzen 360. This is a little outdated. Right? I need to upgrade at some point. You are bragging, you have 2 PCs and 3 laptops. Okay. What do you use them for? I only use the PC for like work. I mean for everything that I'm doing. I only need a laptop when I'm like like I'm not even using my laptop a lot. One is a Chromebook. Okay, I don't know. Let's go back to Hyper-V. I mean, I can figure it out, right? I can figure it out. Laptops for travel. Yeah, well, do you need 3 laptops for travel? I think you only need 1, right? Do you travel with 3 laptops? I only travel with 1. That's enough. You can never have too many. Okay, can anyone explain to me why, if I check the status of my display manager in NixOS, it says that it's starting the X server and the X server is started. If it is started, how do I see it? How do I see it? You had a non-gaming laptop, but then you wanted a gaming one. All right. It was the other way around for me. I had a gaming laptop and then I bought the non-gaming one because the gaming laptop is too heavy, right? So I basically have right now the laptop, which is the lightest laptop that I could ever find. That's the only thing that I considered when buying my current laptop. But then the gaming laptop was still like very basically, I didn't even use that for gaming because I have the PC. So there was no reason for me to even have the gaming laptop. All right, what do I do? What do I do? Should I get rid of it, but you're lazy. Yeah, well, I gave it to my relatives. That's what I did. Hyper-V. Oh, hold on. NixOS. I don't see the display manager. Okay, you know what? Let's try again. Try again, but this time instead of GDM, I'm going to install SDDM. Maybe SDDM is going to work, you know? And let's also disable the Hyperland. That's what I want to eventually be running, the Hyperland. But I need to at least see something for this to work. Sudo rebuild switch. Also, you have a small army of cloud machines. Alright, let's see. Generation 8. Am I going to see the display manager this time? I don't see the display manager. So you see starting X server, started X server, initializing, starting, login D interface found. So it is running somewhere. If it is running, why don't I see it? I don't understand. I checked, you do need Windows Pro for Hyper-V, okay. Well, VirtualBox is super slow for me, so I cannot even use it. Run on a different TTY. I don't know. Let's try. Control F 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know. I don't see it. Let's see the logs of the light DM that we had running before. IDM log. Let's see. So what happened here? GDBus error, org free desktop, dbus error, invalid args, no such interface, account service. Seed 0 changes active. User edit. $11? What do you mean 11? I don't know. Like I think it will work on the hardware. So like if I do this not in a virtual machine but inside the actual, but on the actual PC, but then I will not be able to stream it yet. So my plan was to install this on the physical drive and then reboot into it. But we're stuck now. Well, okay, maybe we need to figure out why my virtual box is slow. I don't know. Virtual box. Why is it so slow? I think it's slow because it's running on something. I don't know. Preferences. Why is it so slow? Virtual box. Super slow. VirtualBox running very slow on Windows 10, 11 solved. Disable Hyper-V. Okay, so yes. I need to disable Hyper-V to try my VirtualBox, I think, and then it's going to be running fast again. I think. But I don't want to turn it off. This is what is used for Docker too, and for my actual virtual machine that I'm using, the Arch. NixOS, Sorg, Hyper-V. Can't start, okay. I want to find my X log. Can I find my X log? Do I have this? Services like server modules, XF86, video, FB dev, video drivers, Hyper-V, FB. Yes. Force probe. This is the force probe is what is missing, which I saw someone specify. The problem right now is that I don't know where my X logs are. NixOS X server logs, Xorg logs, right? Xorg logs. Mm-hmm. Does anyone know how to see where my logs are? Because there probably is some error that I can see. And usually the Xorg logs are in var log, right? But they're not here. Journal. Where is my logs? Why is it so hard to find the logs? I don't even have the errors here that I failed to start because it actually starts successfully. I just don't see it. I'm not sure if I can solve this issue myself. Could I reinstall it again? Reinstall what? Like the entire system? You want me to like reinstall the entire system? Okay, I mean we can do this because we don't. It's not like I have anything else to do. Yeah, we can try uninstalling. So let's see. I'm going to shut down. I'm going to install the NixOS with GNOME, right? With graphical interface. I guess that's what we like need to see. I want to like because the graphical interface works in the installation media. I want to see the configuration of that, right? Because this is also this thing also has its own configuration. I'm pretty sure. So we just see what's there. Can I delete something from the boot order, by the way? I need to boot from my DVD. Okay, start. Let's go and do the installation again. Okay, so we do click the installer, right? It's going to load. and we're going to see the stuff. Welcome to NixOS. So like for some reason it still like shows me this screen, but after a little bit of time, this is going to actually load the graphical interface, which is like also weird, by the way. Did this happen to you too? Like, yes, okay. This is weird. Like I want it to be hidden when I have my actual installation. Okay, so now we have this. This works, right? It's going to load the installer. I'm going here. I'm clicking next. I'm clicking next. I'm clicking next. I'm clicking here. My full name, Kuviman. Kuviman. I choose the password. My password is going to be weak. Login. Use the same password for the administrator. Next. I'm choosing GNOME. Did you try the GNOME, right? I mean, yeah, that's what I should be trying. So I click next, and then I allow unfree software. I click next. I erase the disk to do everything from scratch, and then I do no swap, and then I do next, and this is the summary. I click install, and it's going to take a while to install, and then eventually we're going to reboot, and it's going to be basically the same as we were at before. So I tried this already before, and then I tried installing from the command line too. Maybe did you check unfree? Maybe if I do unfree, then it installs something that should not be installed. You didn't. Okay, maybe that's different. I mean, we can try this after this installed. I'm pretty sure that I can just like change this in my configuration to do allow unfree false, and then we are going to switch to the new configuration. Let's see if that's going to change anything. Okay, this is going to take like 10 minutes or something. I don't remember. It downloads everything from the internet right now, right? Maybe I should try somebody else's configuration for the Nix, by the way, right? Hyper-V NixOS configuration. Because I can just load somebody else's configuration, right? Hyper-V guest.nix. This is from Nix packages. Wait, hold on. Do I need to install the Hyper-V guest, by the way? Maybe that's what I'm missing? Is there a wiki here, right? There's wiki. Can I search the wiki for Hyper-V? Hyper-V? No? So like there is this package, Nix Hyper-V guest. Description, resolution to which to initialize. I think I just need to install this, the Nix package. That's what was missing. How do I learn about it though? NixOS, modules, virtualization, Hyper-V guest. So what do I do with this? If I have this this thing. Make enable option, Hyper-V guest support. So I just do virtualization, Hyper-V guest, enable true, right? And then it's going to, yeah, and then it's going to like initialize some kernel modules for me. That's what we need. Okay, this should be like done automatically, I think. How do I learn about this? Where do I search for packages? Nix packages. Can I search packages? Dun, dun, dun. Can I not search the packages like online? I can do it on command line, I'm pretty sure. I guess we just see here. Collection, Nix packages. Collection of packages. How do I search this? Can I not search this? Search NixOS options. How do I go to this from the official website? Where is the button that links to this thing? How do I know about this website? Search nixos.org. How do I get here without you linking it? But yes, this is what I need to enable. If this exists, basically on the official website, it's search nixos.org, right? How do I get here? Slash packages, yes. Is that they're not providing me a link to this? So I could just like go into Hyper-V and search this here, and that's how I could like solve my issue a long time ago. Okay, we're going to wait for this to install from scratch now. Whether to enable Hyper-V guest support. Default false, but we are going to do it true. Video mode, resolution to which to initialize the adapter. Okay, so I can like set this thing to whatever. Okay. What is my PC specs? Where do I check it? DXDX? Diagnostic tool, this thing? Alright, here's the processor. AMD Ryzen 5 360. Memory 32 gigs. What else? What else do you want? The GPU, I have a RX 5700 XT. What exactly? They for some reason don't recognize the motherboard. System information. Oh, there we go. This is my motherboard, the B450M Pro 4 ASRock. Do I need better CPU for virtualization? No. I do have virtualization support. I think like yeah. I mean, this is virtualization, right? I'm running a virtual machine right now. The virtualization is support for my CPU. I think the only thing that is not supported is the nested virtualization, and it's not the problem with the CPU, it's problem with Windows. This is really slow, it took you 5 minutes. Maybe it's because my SSD that I'm running on is slow. Or maybe it's because it's like downloading stuff, right? I'm pretty sure that my actual like virtual machine is running pretty fast. Let's see. Let's see task manager. Oh, I am using 100% CPU, yes. That's because OBS Studio is using 50%. If I hide my camera, then it's going to be not using 100% CPU anymore. So maybe that's going to be make it faster. Maybe it's because my SSD is slow, the one that I'm installing to. My Windows is installed on the NVMe M2 SSD, but I am installing the NixOS onto the SATA one, which is slower. So it's not a hard drive. It's still as an SSD, but it is slower than my main SSD that I'm using for Windows. Like over here, we can see that it is doing 15 megabits a second or something. Or is it the disk? Wait, it's not even doing disk. Hold on. Because of the green screen. It's not the green screen, it's the background removal. It's because I'm not using the background remove is like some AI stuff that figures out what exactly to remove. That is what is using a lot of CPU. If I use an actual like green screen behind me, then it would use a lot less. But then it also requires like good lighting and stuff. So yeah. What's in the background? Is it really bad? It's not that bad, I just prefer it without the background. So that's what it is. Just some windows. I just don't like that this thing is like covering what I'm doing on the screen. It makes it use more space if I crop it. I mean, I can crop it. I don't know. I still prefer it without the background, to be honest. I can also do a mask, something like this. Then I can also crop. Okay. Is this better? This doesn't use a lot of CPU. It's not too bad, but I still prefer the background removed. But sure. I think we're not like being. I think we're hitting the limit on the disk itself. Maybe we can try like benchmarking the disk speed once this is installed. But still, like even 5 minutes is very slow. When I'm installing my Arch, it takes less than 5 minutes to download and install everything. So I don't know. They are doing something more than I usually do with my installation of Linux. Okay, all done. Restart now. Done. You don't like how the AI tries to remove some parts of my face? Yeah. But then like sometimes I move like this and I move outside of this thing, outside of the camera, you know? If I stand still, then it's okay, I guess. Okay, so now we have restarted, right? And as you can see, we are seeing the black screen. If I go to another TTY, and I do system control status display manager, and you see that GDM display session never registered failing. So let's go sudo vim etc NixOS configuration, and let's see the current. Oh wait, vim is not installed, of course. Okay, sudo nano. Okay, now we go and we need system packages. We need to install vim, get Firefox for everyone, why not? And then also we do this thing, right? Hyper-V guest. Where is it? What was the thing again? Search NixOS org option Hyper-V. Okay, enable. Okay, so we go here and we set this. I cannot copy paste here. We say virtualization Hyper-V guest enable, it's true. Semicolon. Also, let's enable the SSH. Okay, and now we exit and write. And now we do sudo NixOS rebuild switch. I can also change the mask of this to be just like a circle. Like this. How do I feel? Solid color. Feel solid color, yes. Can you do me a feel? Alright. Now it's looking more professional, right? Camera like this. We can also do like that. And then we can also do brush. Okay. I'm in a little house, a little rounded house now. Nice. Okay, we have rebuilt the NixOS. Now we do reboot. And let's see if this changes anything. Generation 2. Okay, is this going to work? I don't think this works. Session was never registered. Again, this doesn't change anything. Wait, so if when I did this configuration, what does this even do? Hyper-V guest.nix, right? This enables me some kernel modules. I'm okay with AI removing Kubi's face. It's a preference, I guess, right? Which one is looking better? I could also stream without the camera. That removes all of the problems. Enable hot adding CPU memory. Okay, so I have enabled this. Any other suggestions? What can I do? By the way, we did have the suggestion from BSD RME initials, but it got like removed from chat automatically. How do I unrestrict it? This is what I was seeing here. Specialist user controls. They actually did help us a little bit. How do I... Moderators can remove the play or stop monitors, use messages, allow them to chat freely. Restricted. Stop restricting. No longer restricted. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. What do I do now? What do I do now? I guess like the last thing that I wanted to try is to boot into Microsoft Hyper-V UEFI. No boot devices were found. No operating system was loaded. Restart now. All done. And to go into settings and to go into firmware to boot from DVD again, move up, apply. And then we do reboot. Reset. Okay, we go into this installer again. But now we don't install the NixOS. Now we just see what configuration are they using for this installer, because they are running the X server, sure. Right? So what are they doing? Let's see. Or maybe it's here, NixOS. Can I see the installer here? Repositories. I think I saw something in the NixOS Linux distribution manual. Okay, we can build our own NixOS live ISO, right? Can I see for building other system? Okay. Default installer configuration are available inside NixOS modules installer CD DVD. So this is what we want to look at, right? Wait, where again? Modules installer CD DVD. Modules installer CD DVD. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's see. ISO image.nix. Graphical GNOME. Graphical base. So we enable the X server. We do enable the VirtualBox guest editions, and we also enable the Hyper-V guest. We also enable the VMware guest. So that's how we make sure that we work on the Hyper-V, VMware, and VirtualBox. But since I'm using Hyper-V, this is how it's done, right? And also QEMU guest. VM guest additions to improve host guest integration. Enable Plymouth. Plymouth is what shows us the loading screen. Firefox for reading the manual. Okay, well, technically I can just like copy paste this, because this is what they use for their stuff, right? And then for GNOME specifically, they do this. Auto suspend false, auto login true, user NixOS. Desktop manager GNOME, enable true. It's an image edition GNOME. Okay. So like, okay, let's try this. Let's try this. Shut down. And then let's go back into this. Mo Ali with a raid. Hello, hello. We're trying to install NixOS today. And I'm struggling. Okay, can I SSH into this? Yeah, I'm doing the virtual machine. I'm right now struggling to have graphics inside my installed NixOS in Hyper-V that I'm using, because I need to install this on a virtual machine first before going into and installing moving this like on an actual physical PC. Okay, so I can SSH into my VirtualBox. PCIe pass through. No, not yet. Not yet. I just wanted to have the graphical interface so that I can set it up, and then I will actually move it to the actual hardware. I don't want PCI pass through. I only have one GPU on this PC, so there is nothing to pass through really. I did try doing the pass through before. I just want to install it, configure it, and then like reboot into it eventually, and use this instead of Windows. So here's me SSH into it, and right now so just if you are wondering, this is what I'm seeing in my, yeah, the default is GNOME. Yeah, so I just installed using the default installer, and I just see this black screen. This is the problem that I'm having. So I go here, Kuviman, and if I see the status of my display manager, it says that something like GDM display session never registered, failing. Although I did have the graphics in the actual like installer. So now I'm trying to like copy paste the configuration of Nix from the graphical installer into my actual configuration here. So I'm going to do sudo vim etc NixOS configuration, right? Okay. All right. So I'm going to import something here. Let's see, desktop manager GNOME. This. And display manager GDM. Oops. How do I paste even normally to this thing? What happens if you stop start GDM? It's That's how it works on the Arch Linux, for example, right? I can just start the GDM service, but on NixOS, it's like it works. You can edit a little differently. I guess we can try. Hold on. What if I do like sudo system control restart display manager, right? I can show you system control status GDM. It is like different. It is masked. I don't remember. I don't know what this means, to be honest. The fact that it's masked, but it's the display manager service that they have inside NixOS, not the GDM. Display manager is like the thing that actually handles stuff. So yeah, I just restarted it and I see the black screen again. It's a sub-service, yes, something like that. I guess we can go and do something like system control cat display manager. So that's what we're doing here, right? That's how I gotta get working now. Okay, thank you for the raid again. Hopefully I will figure it out. I did not figure it out in 4 hours, but maybe I'm going to do something. So I'm going to continue with my stuff that I wanted to, which is like copy pasting the configuration from the ISO file. So we're going to auto login into Kuviman. Let's auto login into Kuviman. Maybe if we auto login, then it's going to work, because the display manager actually is not showing on the live on the ISO file either, right? We don't see the display manager. We just log in immediately. So maybe the auto login is what's going to work for me. All right. And then we're going to do a graphical base. I'm going to do something here. Console packages. Terminus font. I don't want that, to be honest. I saw that what this does and I don't like it. Make EFI bootable. This is for ISO image, so I don't need the ISO image, to be honest. I just need swap device file systems. Wait, this is the CD base. I need the graphical base. So the graphical base is me enabling the X server, which is something that we already do here. Yes, X server enable true, right? GDM enable true. GDM and GNOME is something that we do in the top now. Let me move this, the GNOME and GDM over here. Okay. So we enable the X server. Network manager doesn't matter. Power management, I don't think that matters. Pulse audio, I don't think that matters. Virtualization, we can copy the all of the virtualization stuff, because like that's what they do, right? Pulse audio is something that is enabled by the default installer already. So I can copy paste this for all of the virtual machines to work. And then we have the Plymouth. Let's also enable this. Why not? Let's enable the Plymouth. Why not? Okay, and I think this is all that we need for this configuration. So now we do sudo NixOS rebuild switch. And maybe this is going to work this time. Oh, hold on. The virtualization is already defined. At 46. Okay. That's what I did myself, right? Maybe Plymouth is going to fix it. Maybe something else is going to fix it. I don't know, but this configuration works. Apparently. Okay, now we do reboot. And now we see our virtual machine, generation 3. Maybe it's going to work. Is it going to work? I don't see the Plymouth. The Plymouth is supposed to be showing me the little like loading indicator. And I don't see it. Oh no, I cannot switch to another terminal, another TTY anymore. Wait, really? Control Alt F anything doesn't work. Oh, it's because it switches automatically to the other one. Maybe it's doing something, maybe we need to wait. Working, configuration, NixOS, Hyper-V. Can I like copy paste somebody else's configuration? Can NixOS run against Hyper-V? 8 years ago. Can we have something from not 8 years ago? Running NixOS VM on macOS. I can't even log in into this thing anymore. Because when I'm switching to the different TTY, I get unswitched immediately. Okay, turn off. Turn on. And we can, I guess, go to the previous generation. Oh, right. What about we don't enable the Plymouth? Maybe that's what breaks it? Wait, why am I just seeing the black screen now? Turn off. Turn on. Generation 4. Black screen again. Alright. I cannot switch again. What do you mean? I cannot switch. I cannot see the what's happening even here anymore. I guess I can by doing the SSH. Let's see. System control status. Display manager. Okay, so now actually. Alright, session never registered failing. We have the same error. Okay. Ah. Is it enough suffering? 4 hours. I've not been able to run anything. I can just try installing this on the bare metal. And it's probably going to work, but... Hyper-V. Reddit. Okay, maybe I go to Reddit, NixOS. How about I ask people, right? Maybe I should ask people. Or maybe I should search this. Search. Hyper-V. Or maybe I should search the... Maybe I should search the GitHub. NixOS. And we search this for Hyper-V. Or, hold on. NixOS. How about we download? Because I did download it actually. By the way, the OVA, right? Let's open this. But this is going to be in, yeah, all right. Finish. So I can import the pre-made virtual machine, right? Can I import the pre-made OVA file in Hyper-V? I think I can. Okay, turn off. All right, file, action, new, import virtual machine. Yeah, there you go. Next. The folder. The folder is going to be in downloads. The folder, virtual machines. What? This is importing still. I think it's going to work on the VirtualBox, but Hyper-V import OVA. Convert OVA to Hyper-V and export OVA. But is it actually started with VirtualBox? It can be used to clone HD to specify the new format of the disk. So we convert it to the VHD or something. Anyway. If I try running this is already pre-configured for me, right? NixOS default. This is using grub, by the way, not the system deboot. I doubt it matters. Welcome to NixOS. All right. Starting the X. All right, this is Plasma. Wait, did I download Plasma? All right, sure, why not? If this is going to work, then this is what we're using. It even is not that slow, by the way, here. It's faster than the one than what we used in the installation media. It's because of the guest additions, I guess. Well, now it's slow when I do full screen. But let's go into a terminal. And let's see, this is demo NixOS, right? So we can do like cat etc NixOS configuration, right? What is here? This is literally imports the VirtualBox demo. By default, the NixOS VirtualBox demo image includes SDM and Plasma. If you prefer another desktop, you may want to disable the default. Alright, so this is all of the configuration. Can I just do this? Set my Hyper-V and it's going to work? Oh yes, I need to... And to run this... Okay, Kuviman. Do sudo vim. And all I'm going to do... sudo vim. Okay, so I'm going to delete everything here, and then we are just going to do the... We're importing the hardware configuration, right? Then we're also importing the Nix packages, NixOS, modules, installer, VirtualBox, demo, Nix. Can I do this? There's probably like something that is not going to work because... Okay, but I will try anyway. The option file system conflicting. Yes, because like file systems are conflicting. Yes. Can I like do the my hardware configuration that overrides it? Or do I copy this? NixOS packages, modules. Wait, where are the modules? Search NixOS. Demo. VirtualBox demo. I don't even know how to do this. Because this is conflicting and it's not going to boot at all. I'm saying, okay, wait, I know. Hardware configuration, I can force it. Right? Hardware configuration. The file systems. How do I force? MK force. We do file systems is going to be equal to MK force as set, where this is that, and this is that, right? Is that correct? Syntax error. Unexpected, expecting this. Boot EFI. Oh, okay, so we still have the semicolons even here. I see. File systems, undefined variable MK force. Wait, really? How is it undefined? If that's what I'm using, it's lib.mkforce. Packages lib mkforce. Okay, now the syntax is correct. I'm expecting it's not going to work still. But this is like the demo for VirtualBox, not for the Hyper-V. Next packages. VirtualBox demo. VirtualBox demo. Why can I not even see it? Where is it? Packages. Is it options? Okay, packages, whatever. Just give me something. Source. It's Nix packages, yes. So Nix packages. Where's the installer? Now we need to search for options. For example, Hyper-V. Or even, yeah, VirtualBox guest enable, yeah. Nix packages, NixOS unstable, I see. Modules, installer, VirtualBox demo. There it is. Or errors occurred while switching to the new configuration. Why? Where's the error? Grub install. Community. Other platforms, Discord. Okay, you know what? You know what? I think I might give up. But I will ask for help in the community, I guess. I don't know. I could do Arch Linux easily without help. But NixOS is much harder, apparently. Or at least it's hard to make work in Hyper-V. So... Alright. Stop. Power off. Okay. I mean, you can try it yourself, I guess. I can, like, the problem is, like, VirtualBox doesn't work for me here. I mean, it works, but it's slow, right? I could try VirtualBox on the laptop, on Linux, and then install it there. Also, might be a good idea. And then, like, I will come back to you with the already installed NixOS, because I'm guessing it's going to work on the hardware that I have. It's just like the virtual machine is hard for some reason. All right. See, I'm the only person trying to use NixOS on Twitch, alright. Let's go to Maxi. Let's see if he talks to us today. Okay. I will try something off stream and then I will be back. Maybe I will tell you about my success that I made off stream when I come back. So yeah, until next time, bye bye.